Good morning, everybody. Representative Tenzar, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll open the hearing on House Bill 1182, modifying the term one-year certificate of eligibility to emergency authorization relative to persons not possessing an educator credential. And I recognize Representative Petronell to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Katie Petronell. I represent the towns of Wolfboro and Tuftonboro. I am here to introduce the bill in the absence of the prime sponsor. And the HB 1182 modifies the term one-year certificate of eligibility for non-credentialed educators to emergency authorization. And I will not be taking any questions because I'm hoping the department can explain this technical change to us.
Thank you very much. Steve Appleby.
Good morning, and thank you. For the record, Steve Appleby, Auburn, New Hampshire, Director of Department of Education. Thank you for considering this technical correction for us. We asked for this language change to better convey the intent of the law, as well as to bring it into alignment with what our former administrative rule used to say. So historically, we had an administrative rule that allowed the department, or tasked the department with giving out the one-year certificate of eligibility, but it was called emergency authorization in administrative rule. Legal informed us that, in fact, we shouldn't have that rule because we have a statute that says the same thing. So the state board repealed the rule, the emergency authorization rule, but then we have this statute that says one-year certificate of eligibility, which the field was confused. Many superintendents still confuse the two, even though emergency authorization doesn't exist anymore. So we thought it prudent to change the statute to an emergency authorization from the one-year certificate of eligibility to better, A, convey what it is intended for, and B, to bring it in line with what the field was used to for years in rule. And it's confusing, and I apologize.
Any questions? Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So this is simply a name change.
Yes.
No rules change, nothing else changes. Nope. It's a name change.
Just a name change, correct.
Thank you.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question on this. Just want to clarify, if we did make this change, it wouldn't actually enable you to do anything that isn't already being done. It would just clear up confusion.
That's correct. This would clear up confusion.
If I may follow up on that, given the change would be to emergency authorization, is there any concern that that might be sending a signal that there is an emergency shortage? And is there an emergency shortage there?
I don't believe so. Our understanding is the intent of this law many years ago was to give districts a mechanism by which, if they lose an educator mid-year, medical type situation, very often, they could plug in someone to finish the balance of that year who didn't have a license. And that would give them time to get that person licensed. But in the meantime, they had someone to put in the classroom. So those are typically more emergency type situations. They're unplanned, unexpected. Hence the rationale for the name when it was an administrative rule. Changing it in law eliminates confusion. It doesn't enable or disable anything in the administrative rule. It doesn't change anything we do today or the districts do. It merely brings into line the name with what the districts understood it to be for years. So.
Any other questions? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So by using the term emergency authorization, is there anything that would require the person that is in that role to do anything, making progress towards a certification?
There is no change to the current process, which is a district can bring in someone who meets the requirements within the law. to fulfill that position. Changing the name doesn't change who they could bring in, who they can't, what that person has to do once they're in the position. There is no mandate that that person be working towards a license. Many do, but some do not. But it doesn't change any of that. It's just changing the name.
Thank you.
Okay,
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
thank you.
Any other pin cards on 1182? Seeing none, we will close the hearing. Be back at 10:15.
I call to order the hearing on House Bill 1828, requiring the Department of Education to establish an auditing process relative to teacher preparation programs at the post-secondary educational level. And I call on Representative Noble to introduce her bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Kristen Noble and I represent Hillsborough District 2, the town of Bedford. This bill would direct the department to develop an auditing process for teacher prep programs for literacy in institutions of higher education. This review would ensure two things: that educators are completing coursework in effective literacy instruction, including phonics, phonemic awareness, fluency comprehension, and vocabulary. The clinical prep for all educators who are responsible for teaching reading. It would also ensure that clinical prep for all educators who are responsible for teaching reading only occurs in classrooms where the local education agency has verified that practicing teachers have training in strategies aligned to the science of reading and instructional materials aligned to the science of reading. The department would document the degree to which the prep programs are effectively teaching the science of reading and then publish those audit results on their website. Too many students in New Hampshire struggle with reading, and I think this is an important piece in correcting the issue by making sure our teachers are properly prepared to teach reading. I ask you to support the bill, and I would be happy to defer questions to the department. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, Representative Hall, sorry.
No worries. It was a late raise.
Okay.
So, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Did this come from you or did it come from the department? I'm just curious.
I don't believe it came from the department. It came from a previous rep that I inherited the bill from.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Balboni?
I don't know if you can answer it and maybe somebody else can, but do other states do this?
I believe they do. I think actually this is based off of something that Ohio is doing.
Representative Selig?
Thank you so much. I just wasn't sure, and perhaps you don't know the answer to this, whether your intention is for all teachers K to 12 or if this was really intended more at those who teach K to 6.
I do not know the answer to that question.
Seeing no further questions, I call on Steve Appleby from the department. Thank you, Representative Noble.
Good morning, and thank you. For the record, Steve Appleby, Auburn, New Hampshire, Director, Department of Education. This bill was brought to us by a former representative who was interested in strengthening how reading teachers are taught. So this, to answer a question I just heard, this is focused on how we teach reading and reading teachers. So very specifically, we have an endorsement on an educator license endorsement, which is a reading specialist endorsement. And we also have a reading writing teacher endorsement. Right? Those are the folks that this is really targeted at because they go through a lot of intensive coursework in our colleges to learn how to teach reading. So happy to answer other questions.
Any questions? Representative Balboni?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned that it would only apply to those two specialty areas. However, the bill has you audit an entire program. It says nothing about a specific certification levels. It seems to imply for all teachers.
Right. Thank you. So first of all, in an administrative rule, we would further narrow the scope of who we're auditing because this bill really wouldn't apply to someone learning how to be a biology teacher, right? They're taking biology classes. That's not the program we're auditing. So our teacher education, professional educator preparation programs that exist at our colleges, we have 11 colleges statewide that have State Board of Ed approved programs. And they range, some colleges have a handful of programs. Our largest UNH, largest number of programs, not students, has 29 approved programs. So not every college has an approved reading teacher program. So this would really apply to those colleges and those programs that are teaching teachers how to teach reading. or teaching specialists how to work with teachers to teach reading. That's really the focus. So there would be nothing to audit, for example, in a biology program because they're not teaching reading.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. This specifically says aligned to the science of reading. So the university or any other secondary teacher program would not be able to use any other program? They would have to use science of reading?
They would have to align their program with science of reading and evidence-based results. They could not, pick something that wasn't evidence-based to teach. So
Follow-up?
Yes,
Is
follow up.
science of reading the only one that's evidence-based?
to my knowledge at this time, yes.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Appleby, for taking my question. So I'm curious, like things like DIBELS or Readers and Writers Workshop models, you're specifically limiting just to narrow in on Representative Cornell's question. They would be limited to only the science of reading program?
So forgive me, I'm not the expert in our reading instruction at a granular level. I know at the 50,000 foot level, currently we have several institutions that have not evolved with the changing times when it comes to how they teach reading and are still teaching methodology that has been disproven to be effective. And that's, I think through many individuals' best efforts, that hasn't changed. So I believe the intent here was to get all of our programs teaching the same way.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here to help me with the technical side of this. Unlike a previous bill that we dealt with previous years, science of reading in this is not capitalized. It doesn't seem to me to be pointing to a specific program. Would you agree that it would allow any evidence-based program, anything that can be demonstrated through evidence to be, proficient, to be allowable?
Thank you. Yeah, that is how we understood it as an evidence-based program.
Representative Selig.
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. If we look at lines 6 and 16, they say to ensure that all educators complete the coursework and every educator preparation program. But you're saying that it would only apply to reading, but it appears to me the way the bill is written, it is in fact every program, right? And so I understand the concept that in rules you could narrow that down, but doesn't the bill specifically say every educator, which would imply that even if someone was going for a chemistry certification, this would be required of them?
Right. I guess from a practical standpoint, if we went in and audited a chemistry program and did a program review of that program, there would be nothing to audit when it comes to reading. So even though this says all educators, in fact, when we go to a college to review their program, their chemistry program, for example, it's a nice easy one, there is no reading component to review there. So I guess we don't see this as being expansive. And certainly if there's an amendment, that's fine too. But the only problem is if you narrow this in statute, we may be in a situation where down the line, something we can't foresee, we've now precluded ourselves from looking at.
May I ask a follow-up, please?
Follow up.
So I understand about the auditing, that you wouldn't be able to audit a reading program in a chemistry certification, but it does say that all educators would complete coursework in evidence-based strategies for literacy instruction, et cetera, et cetera. And so wouldn't this be saying that all of those educators, regardless of what subject area, would still be required to have that coursework based on how it's currently written?
Yeah, I don't necessarily read it that way, but I understand completely how it could be construed. I might offer that maybe it would read to be less confusing and imply something else. Ensure that all educators who complete coursework in reading and then continue on with that line. So maybe those few extra words would help.
Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to follow up on that same sentiment, I do myself see a little bit of a wording. Do you think if we just simply threw the word applicable, all applicable educators, that might just take care of the problem.
Yeah, I think that would, thank you.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Can you just tell me about the process for auditing? So you go in and audit an institution, and you find they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, then what? How does that work?
Thank you for the question. It's a great question. So we conduct program reviews on behalf of the State Board of Education, and the mechanics of that are the Council for Teacher Education will form a review team to go into an institution and review whatever program. It could be they have a new program they want to launch, so a review is done for new. It might be an existing program that needs to be reapproved because every 7 years the programs have to be reapproved. So it could be a reapproval. And that team will go in, they'll review the program, they write a report. That report is then edited by our professional educator preparation administrator who oversees the program. She'll help them with editing. Then the institution gets to weigh in on the report, and then all of that goes to the State Board of Education to then decide to accept a recommendation from the Council for Teacher Education contained in the report or to do their own thing. So it's a 12 to 18 month process. A review team is convened, they go in and conduct the review, report is written, the institution gets to weigh in on the results of the report, the Council for Teacher Education then accepts the report and makes a recommendation to the State Board. The State Board of Education then votes on that recommendation. So that's the process. So in this case, we would do a program review for the reading specialist program, let's say at ABC College. If that program was found to be deficient in the areas outlined in the statute and the rule, the report would reflect that. It would go to the university or college would get to see it first, and they would have an opportunity to weigh in. And then it would go to the Council for Teacher Education, who would, again, vote to accept it and agree with the review team's findings, and then forward it on to the State Board. And then the State Board would consider it. Typically, they would have the college or university affected in to answer questions, to testify basically about the report, and then the State Board would decide on action of what's next. So, and those actions could be, they could say to the institution, you have conditional approval for this program for 6 months. We want to report in 6 months on how you're coming into compliance. It could be, nope, you did it, everything is, you're in full compliance. You have till 7 more years. It could be, you're so far out and not complying that you're harming students, therefore we're going to discontinue your approval. So it could be kind of one of those three.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Thank you so much.
Representative Woodcock, and then Representative Murray.
Save the nickel. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Selby, I just want to go back. I have two. One, just fault my own brain. I wasn't writing quick enough. You said there are 2 categories currently in the licensure that handle specifically reading. One is a reading specialist. And what would you say the second one was?
Reading, writing teacher.
Okay, reading, writing teacher.
Right. And just to be clear, elementary education teachers, K6 and K8, also are required to take the Foundations of Reading exam, as are special ed teachers. So there are other categories that would have some reading training in our prep programs, but that's not the focus of their job.
Okay. May follow up. I just make sure on the right page.
Only if it's a true follow-up, Representative Woodcock.
That's all I give you. Thank you. Ms. Selby, the second part, you said that this response by some representative who apparently not here anymore, or not being noted, because some LEAs weren't using curricula that someone felt was not up to the current measurement standards, the current process. So if that's the case, this bill is going towards identifying specifically LEAs that aren't using some other prescribed process that's going to impact. So my question is, I don't see, I read the lack of financial note disclosure in there, but so what is the projected in your background cost would it be for a LEA that does not meet the criteria for this new program? What is it going to cost local schools to bring that in and make sure teachers all sort of, there has to be something, and it's not here at all.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So my area of expertise on this is the higher ed side, not the LEA side. We look at this bill as not mandating what curriculum an LEA would have to go out and buy. We look at this as our professional educator preparation programs teaching the most current evidence-based topics to our future teachers. So as far as the LEAs and what they're teaching, that's going to be up to them. And it doesn't preclude them from hiring and employing educators who've learned this way, but they decide to teach it that way. That's the LEA's choice. The bill is aiming to ensure that all teachers who have a hand in teaching kids reading have learned evidence-based methods. That's really the focus here, is on the college side, and that we're preparing them. Once they get out in the field and LEA has some other idea, then that's a local issue.
Thank you, Sally, for clarifying that, because I thought you said initially that this was a response to some LEAs that we're not using.
I'm sorry, no, response to higher ed.
Okay,
Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I do have a question myself. Thank you. In order to begin an audit process, is this bill necessary, or would there be some other reason for the Board of Education to begin auditing the teacher prep programs at the? My question really is this necessary, or could this happen through some other mechanism?
Yeah, so this bill, thank you for the question. This bill, we have a process today of program review. However, that program review is not, trying to think of the proper words here. This bill adds some heft to that. Honestly, it adds some backing to that. And by putting it in state law, it ensures that we have the backing to move the colleges in a direction.
Thank you very much. That answers my question. I understand. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just want to double and triple check, because it does say all educators, and I understand that, but if for example, in your initial educator licensure program, you have received this as a general education, does it replicate the process for then a higher ed, like secondary ed program, perhaps for the high school level? I just want to make sure, like, would it be requiring that again for an additional credential program? So would they receive because it says all, so like an elementary education program teaching the foundations of literacy might look different than a high school or a college level class on interpreting literacy. So we're just talking about the earliest stages of literacy?
Right. Thank you for the question. We interpret this as applying to those endorsements where the educator is, as a condition of licensure, one of the conditions is passing the Foundations of Reading exam. And we currently have reading writing teacher, reading writing specialist, LED K6, LED K8, special ed teacher, early childhood special ed teacher, and early childhood educator. Those are the endorsements, and the last one I think is also covered. Those are the endorsements covered by the Foundations of Reading exam, where that's a requirement. If I was an elementary ed teacher and I was then adding a high school chemistry endorsement, I would not need to retake that test because I've already passed it over here. So,
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to follow up on actually one of your questions, Madam Chair. Going back to this, the part that says all educated, I'm getting two different vibes here. And the vibe that's concerning me is that what I heard you just say a minute ago, if I heard it correctly, I may not have, is that this audit is to ensure that the collegiate programs, teaching educators who fall in those, I think, 5 or 6 categories identified, have received instruction at their colleges in the programs that this is specifying. So if that's the case, why do we even need this to have included in the law, the proposed law, that it talks about all educators having? Because this is a responsibility of past K-12, this is responsibility of collegiate programs. So I'm getting confused because it jumps, in my mind, it jumps to individual certifications, but yet you're telling me, and basically in this, the other paragraph, 11 through 14, says it's the collegiate programs that you're actually auditing to make sure they have it. So it seems like there's two different catchment groups in this bill, and it seems to make it really confusing because it shouldn't be the responsibility. If you're auditing the college program, then the bill should be for the college program, and it shouldn't have individual educators. You may have that in your licensure requirement, that they have taken an approved program and whatever it is you're approving. Is that, do I sound, make any sense, or am I just confused?
Thank you. No, I understand what you're saying. I think, as Representative Belcher mentioned, just a slight wording change, I think narrows it, which would eliminate some of the concern around the wording. And then as far as, again, the necessity of this bill, from a practical standpoint, again, because most of my world is dealing in the day-to-day, how these things play out. From a practical standpoint, we've now known for a number of years that teaching reading methods without evidence behind them gives us poor results. And yet, through all attempts at the federal, state, and local level to make those changes, we still have resistance. So again, having it in state law and having that force of state law behind the change, we think will give us the ammunition to finally move everybody in the same direction. Whether or not it applies to all educators, I think, again, a wording change would clear that up. And then, but I probably wouldn't have it focus on certain endorsements because endorsements can change over time. I also would be hesitant to get any more descriptive. The word evidence-based is a really, good words to use here because it could really apply to, if in 10 years, someone comes along with a new method to teach reading and there's evidence to back up that it works, evidence-based works for that too. So there is no limit. Whereas if you use a name of something, then, it would be limited.
Another follow-up, Representative Woodcock.
Same question, it's the same question, because I'm still confused. So are you saying to us then there are current collegiate teacher training programs that are not using evidence-based training?
Yes,
That's what you're saying?
yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. One more question. So you said you wouldn't want something tied to something because things might change. So instead of saying science of reading, could it say instructional materials aligned to an evidence-based program? So it doesn't have to say science of reading.
Say that.
Thank you.
That's my opinion.
Okay.
Any further questions? And seeing none, I conclude the hearing on House Bill 1828.
We will open the hearing on House Bill 1521, clarifying the definition of home education, and I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Perenelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Katie Peternell. I represent the towns of Wolfboro and Tuftonboro. And I have to say, this is one bill that I have been really looking forward to introducing because it is a direct response to an issue that I have heard consistently for the last several years. And that concern is that with the introduction of the Education Freedom Account pathway, home educators who pursue their compulsory education requirements pursuant to RSA 193A have been concerned that there may be infringements on their rights to home educate their children. And we have seen that with attempts in the past to background check parents who are home educating their children and to increase the level of assessments and requirements that are put upon them. And the Education Freedom Account pathway is being used as a way to infringe on their rights. And so I have introduced this bill in order to further differentiate 193A home educators from those who might be doing what appears to be home educating under 194F. And I say what appears to be because home education is not explicit in 194F. You can use multiple educational options to compile your child's education, but home education is not mentioned anywhere in 194F. And so this is simply, I hate to say the word simple and housekeeping, but this is a simple housekeeping bill, which usually means that it's going to have a little more contention than I expected. But that's the intention of my bill, is to protect the rights of home educators under 193A.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So if a child is qualifying as a home educated student, they would not therefore be eligible for the EFA. Is that what this is intending? I'm just trying to make sure that I fully understand.
Yes. When you are a home educator under 193A, you could apply for an Education Freedom Account, but you're not technically a home educator. You could move to a different pathway, just like a home educated student could decide to attend public school. They're now a public school student. This just means that you are not receiving an EFA and that anyone under 194F is still not considered home educating. Honestly, I've tried to explain to people in the home education community who have an issue with this that what they actually have is a marketing problem, but they wanted some more help legislatively. And so in their defense, I submitted this bill.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So is this to separate then home educator versus homeschooler? Homeschooler can take EFA's home educator.
No, homeschooling is not explicit in 194F.
So follow up.
And that's
Is there
where,
a name for the two groups? One of them can take EFAs and one cannot?
no, it does not, no. Homeschooling and home education are not explicit under 194F. It might look like homeschooling or home educating, but it's a separate pathway. They are EFA grant recipients. It's very confusing, and this is the problem that has come up in the community, and this is why I submitted this bill, to help them differentiate, because even amongst ourselves, and this was one of their complaints, is that legislators don't understand the difference. And it's hard to see, because in the community, they're attending some of the same activities together. So it's like they have labels, but you can't tell who's who. But they wanted to find a way to let their peers and colleagues know how they're different under the law. Because one of the issues that some of the organizations have and had was with the implementation of 194F, even people who are doing what appears to be homeschooling or home educating under 194F think they're homeschooling, and they conflate the fact that they're actually utilizing a different educational pathway. So this was to help some of those organizations be able to better explain to some of their members how to differentiate that. Because as we were instituting EFAs, they had to learn how to explain the 193A statute versus the 194F statute.
You've got me totally confused. Thank you.
That's the whole point with all of this, yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what would you call someone who's homeschooled but receives an EFA?
Well, in the community, I would just say they were homeschooling, but they have to, in the back of their minds, know that they're actually receiving an EFA grant in order to do that.
Follow up?
Follow up.
But for the general public, okay, they understand and you understand, but for the general public, if they know in their mind that they're homeschooling but they get an EFA, but how does the general public know to differentiate that?
Well, we wouldn't be segregating them out in the general public based on 193A or 194F. I mean, they could wear labels, but I don't know how else we would do that. They just have to know in the back of their mind which law they're following to comply with the compulsory education requirement.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good to see you again. Okay, the last year, the last couple of years, there was confusion when folks came in to testify. There were those that received the EFA vouchers and were doing some type of home education. And there were those that clearly did not want to be associated with those that are receiving the EFA voucher home education. They wanted to be considered either homeschool or home educated, whatever that term is, but they wanted zero government regulation. They wanted to be, that's why we chose this, right? In their mind, excuse me. That's why we chose this in their mind. So how does this play into that?
You actually just explained it exactly how it plays into that. Because this just puts into statute that separation. So for example, back in the dark ages, and I think Representative Dry could probably attest to that, we were instructed as home.
That was the early 1900s, Margaret, early 1900s.
We were instructed as home educators to carry the statute with us, because if we were in the grocery store or something in the middle of the day, people would wonder why you had your kids with you in the middle of the school day. And this is a way to say, hey, this is what it says in statute. And actually, I have another bill that to follow along with the similar process, because even home educators who might now opt to receive an EFA grant don't understand that they've stepped into a different educational pathway. So just to clear it up, even though it sounds like it's muddying the waters.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Belcher, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I was just gonna ask, in a general sense, would it be correct to say that this is simply intended to clear up what is the colloquial use of the term home education versus the legal definition?
Yes, and again, I've spoken with the home educators and said this is a bit of a marketing problem, because they want us legislatively to define the terminology, which we have in statute, but there's only so much we can do in the community from a legislative perspective to differentiate the two pathways. So they're also going to have to work along with the legislature in order to set themselves aside. And we've been trying to work with them. This is part of that process.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for taking my question. I'm curious to know, so I'm thinking about this actually from the other way, not the marketing side of things, but the legal side of things. If a traditionally homeschooled family accepts an EFA, is there anything notifying them upon receiving that or accepting that they have entered into a new and different pathway?
That's a bill for a different day. I've submitted that.
Okay.
I think we're hearing that next week.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Heather Barker.
Heather Barker, Deerfield, New Hampshire, even though my address says Epsom. I'm here today. I want to thank the committee for having me, and Madam Chair. I am on the Home Education Advisory Council. I work at NHSAA part-time. I was a school administrator for many years in Concord and was a homeschool liaison for the district. I was a director in Merrimack for several years. So I have a robust history working with the home education community, which is a really wonderful community educating their children in New Hampshire here. So I so appreciate that this bill has been brought forward as a member of that council, because there has been, when I joined the committee, this is my second 3-year term. I was appointed by the commissioner. This is my second time being appointed. It was a very peaceful, people looking at the 193 bill, updating it, really working with the state and the community around things going on in the state over the last few years. Obviously, when new things happen, change comes, and sometimes change is hard. With the passage of the EFAs, which is in fact a public school pathway separate, it meets the compulsory education piece, and we understand that, but when it plays out in the world, it's different. So home education, and we've actually begun to use terms like you guys were trying to use a few minutes ago. The home education community wants to really hold on to home education, that term. They started using like, okay, so in the EFA pathway, they may be choosing to homeschool their children as a public school option. So it's messy. So by the introduction of this bill to really just firmly state that the 194 families, when they choose an EFA, if they had previously been a home education family, they've now entered another pathway that's a public school pathway and has different rules. And that's important because there's a lot of confusion out in the community. And the result of that, I actually sit on that council with some of the folks that are in this room, has been very contentious. And it has not been actually helpful in moving the work forward of either one of those pathways. So I am here in full support, not only as a citizen in the state, but as a previous school administrator, homeschool liaison, and a person who's working with all of our superintendent's offices and LEAs across the state. We need to actually clean this up so people really aren't at each other anymore. So thank you. Any questions?
Are there any questions?
Great.
Seeing none, thank you. Matt Southerton?
Hey, good morning. Again, Matt Southerton, Director of Policy and Compliance for our Children's Scholarship Fund. I just thought I could add maybe a little bit of technical support to this issue. We don't take a position on the bill. We just wanted to let everyone know that in the EFA law, it states that when a child leaves their home education program, that they enter the EFA, that they exit their home education program, and we notify parents of that's a choice that they make. I understand that people use the terminology homeschooler, and we are not law enforcement, so we don't decide who gets to use the word homeschooler, and we are fully aware that home educated is an actual legal term in New Hampshire, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other pink cards for 1521? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing.
I get it now. The more I heard it, the more I understood it. I needed to keep hearing it. Now I get it. Hopefully I'll still get it tomorrow. But I get it at the moment. Yeah.
So that's really focused towards
We'll open the hearing on House Bill 1817 FN, permitting all students the choice to attend the school district in which they reside, and I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. For the record, I am Valerie McDonald, representing Rockingham 25, which is comprised of my friends and neighbors in my hometown of Salem. I am here to present House Bill 1817, which continues the conversation we had on the previous bill, and this aims to do a few things. First, to bring statute in line with existing best practice. Second, to more clearly differentiate methods for achieving compulsory attendance. And third, to foster fairness among these methods. So what do I mean by compulsory attendance? Well, simply, kids are required to get an education. And I can imagine we all agree that's a great thing for the law to require. And the law also provides flexibility to meet the unique learning needs of each child. Specifically, there are 4 pathways to fulfill the requirements for compulsory attendance. Number 1, public schools. This method is straightforward and is the option the vast majority of students attend, and of course includes our public charter schools as well. Number 2, non-public schools. That's the terminology used within statute, but it's often easier to contextualize this as private or parochial schools. Number 3, home education, which we were just discussing, and the law recognizes as a distinct and separate group to number 4, education freedom accounts, or EFAs. There is no overlap between these methods, meaning a student cannot, under the law, be home educated and be an EFA recipient simultaneously. Yes, some EFA students are educated at home, and they're what we are traditionally may think of as homeschooled, but the word homeschool itself does not have a statutory legal definition, which only adds to the confusion we were just discussing in the previous bill. The key distinction is that EFA students use EFA funds and home educated students do not. And for this reason, I stand firm that the government should not overstep by crossing that line and overregulating the home educated who have existed long prior to government-run schools and do so by and large without government assistance. I will say this time and time again because it needs to be said. Parents have a natural right to guide the upbringing of their children in the manner that they see fit. It is not our place to do so. They know this, and so have asked for this clarification that is at the very heart of House Bill 1817. In addition, this does something else as well, which is standardizes the manner in which EFA students can interact with their community school district by permitting all otherwise eligible students to attend classes at their district of residence. The majority of districts already do this, including my own. So prior to filing this legislation, I did ask a member of my school board how they managed to budget and plan for EFA students that may attend. His answer was, well, it's the same way that they had been for charter, private, and homeschooled kids that have already had access to their local district. He even added that since it is such a smaller subset of the rest of the student population, it does not warrant more classes or more staff than already in existence. Given this information, it is reasonable to believe that any fiscal impact of this bill's passage would be negligible, if anything at all. All this being said, the underlying intent of House Bill 1817 is for students to have equal access to their community school, regardless of which method they're using to classify compulsory attendance. I greatly appreciate your consideration and kindly ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. I find this one interesting. I have a feeling that there's going to be perhaps contention around payments and money, fiscal issues on this. So is it true, and I'm trying to remember, it seems like something we did here is we made it so if a student does leave the public school, for instance, for an EFA, don't the public schools continue to get paid as if that student hadn't immediately left for some time?
Thank you for the question. That was the process when the EFA program was initially put into statute. the term that you may have heard is ghost students, funding students that used to be at the school. That process has been set to expire. I'm not sure the exact date, but as of now, I believe that's still going on.
Are there any other questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's more of a question for you, if I may. Do we have an updated fiscal note on this piece of legislation?
Not that I've seen.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So based on this legislation, is it not true that the EFMA money is strictly state adequacy, but local property taxpayers are still paying into that school district? Is that not correct?
Thank you for your question, and that is correct.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hannah Cole.
Hello, my name is Hannah Cole and I'm a New Hampshire parent and homeowner. This is my daughter and my son. They are EFA students, and we're here in support of HB 1817 because it resolves a policy mismatch that affects families like ours. As we all know, the Education Freedom Account Scholarship provides families with funds to support their child's learning. In our case, the scholarship has allowed my daughter to participate in extracurricular classes, utilize online learning programs for core subjects, and purchase curricula, books, and a laptop for her education at home. These resources have been essential to supporting her overall growth. My daughter was also attending Merrimack Valley Middle School part-time from October to January. She loved it and was thriving in computer science, physical education, food and nutrition, discovering engineering, innovation lab, and digital art. These classes provided important opportunities for creativity, social connection, and hands-on learning that complemented everything she does at home. This hybrid approach benefited her academically, socially, and emotionally. Midway through the year, in January, we were informed that because she accepts EFA funds, we would be required to pay tuition for the remainder of the school year, totaling over $4,000. My daughter's EFA grant amount for the entire school year is just under $4,000. We are aware that the school continues to receive property tax funding for her education, whether she attends full-time, part-time, or not at all. 62% of total per pupil revenue comes from local and statewide property taxes, and the district's total per pupil revenue per year is around $22,000. If my daughter were to pay $8,000 for a full year of half-day classes, the school would be receiving almost $22,000 for her, essentially the same as if she were enrolled full-time. Charging tuition in this context treats the situation as though the school is not already funded to educate her, which is simply not the case. HB 1817 allows families like ours to continue hybrid learning without being forced into an all-or-nothing choice. Children are not all-or-nothing learners. Hybrid education already works in practice. This bill aligns policy with reality and ensures families can provide the best combination of opportunities for their children. I urge you to support it. Thank you for your time and your thoughtful consideration of the HB 1817 bill.
Thank you, Hannah. Would you like to take questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I know you mentioned a number of classes that your daughter was taking. Can you give me a percentage of the day that she does go to public school?
Yeah, of course.
Or she was going to public school?
In the 8th grade, there are 7 classes in the day, and she was taking the first 3.
You say 3?
The first 3 classes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Barrett Christina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. Barrett Christina from New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are opposed to this bill for a couple reasons that I'll get into. First, our primary opposition is that the new language on line 6 through 9, line 9 is I think, confusing and respectfully poorly worded. I'm going to talk about the first sort of clause and then relate those to the second clauses, then perhaps give some recommendations how to make the bill better, because I know it's going to pass, even though we have some oppositions to it. Residents of the state, I'm reading again, line 6, residents of the state who are eligible to enroll in a public elementary or secondary school, including ... Because you've put including, that means everything that follows after that relates back to a public elementary or secondary school. But then the next phrase we have is non-public. Well, non-public is not a public elementary or secondary school. Then the next clause that we have is public chartered school. A public chartered school is presumably a public elementary or secondary school. I won't dispute that. And then we have the other sort of modifying clause, or home educated pupils under RSA 193:1-C. or any other state-based education program under RSA 194F. If you want to make this more clear, it should say residents of the state who are eligible to enroll in a public or elementary school, or a non-public school, or a public chartered school, or a home educated pupils, and we should change the statute to RSA 193-A. RSA 193:1-C is not a home educated pupil statute, that's an equal access statute. But if you put a series of ors instead of that including, and then the broad phrases of non-public, I think it will make it more clear, and then shall have access to curricular courses and co-curricular programs offered by the school. So that's the first point. The second point I made, students are not home educated under RSA 193:1-C, it's RSA 193-A. Second, this is I think a lot of irony in this phrase in the statute or in the bill, or any other state-based education program under RSA 194-F. We're calling it a state-based education program, but we're saying the voucher money isn't public money because a third-party vendor gives it to the parents. So tell me which it is. Is it a state-based education program being paid for with state money, or is it not a state-based education program and we're giving them voucher money to a third party, then you sort of flow on through to the parents. But I love the phrasing that it was in there as an admission that it is a state-based education program being paid for with public money. Another aspect, Representative McDonald, respectfully, you said you spoke to a school board member in Salem that said the cost is for providing some of these co-curricular or extracurricular or academic services to home education students is negligible, or there is no cost. I would argue it's potentially negligible, but the state has already recognized that there is a cost when a home educated student comes into a public school to take an academic course, a science lab, or whatever the case may be. RSA 198:38, paragraph 1B as in boy. For the purpose of calculating ADMA, each pupil who is home educated in compliance with RSA 193-A and who is enrolled in a school board approved public school academic course in grades 7 through 12 shall count as an additional 0.15 pupil for each such academic course taken in the public school. And then RSA 198:38, 1-A:(B), or paragraph B, again, 198:38(1)A)(B). For the purposes of ADMR, average daily membership and residence, the same thing. Home education student taking an academic course in grades 7 through 12 shall count as an additional 0.15 pupil for each academic course taken in the public school. So the state has already recognized that there is a cost when we're bringing home education students into the public school to take academic courses. We should do that then with the voucher students that are coming in to take academic courses. The state should reimburse the local public school district in a manner similar to what we're already doing when home education students come in and take academic courses. And I guess the larger policy aspect that I'll make is, where is the corresponding bill for students who are enrolled in public schools, and because of the way we choose to fund our public schools in New Hampshire, their high school can't offer hockey and clubs and field trips and so on and so forth? What's the opportunity for those students? Should we change this law or add to this law that if a private school takes a voucher kid, any public school gets to access provisions, in academic courses and extracurricular activities? people are choosing not to take advantage of the public school until they want to take advantage of the public school services. So, where are the opportunity for the kids that don't have those opportunities but are still in public schools? So with that, that's my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question, which is really simple. At the beginning of your testimony, you gave a lot of very technical changes in terms and reference to a number of things, and given that I was at my deliberative till almost midnight, I could not keep track of all that. Could you please send that to us in an email so that
Certainly.
I can have all those details?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, and thank you, Attorney Christina, for being here today. So you cited the ARMI
ADMR.
statistics. Thank you, thank you. I just have a question for you. So the parents who reside in that district who don't utilize public schools, are they not still required to pay property taxes which fund that school district?
That's, well, they're required to pay property taxes because that's the way the state has chosen to fund its public schools. I pay for my fire department, and I don't have, thankfully, knock on wood, I've never had a fire at my house.
Any other questions? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, and thank you for being here to take the question on this. I'm trying to wrap my head around the paradigm between public-private and whatnot. So it just as a comparison, would you say that when anyone in this nation receives a tax, not incentive, what's the word I'm looking for here? Credit, a tax credit, which is essentially a grant, which starts as public money, but then is transferred to that parent, that then becomes private money of the parent, correct?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. Certainly, the way that the EFA program has been schematically created is to avoid that question of whether or not it's public money or non-public money. We have court cases that say because it's being sent to a third-party vendor, it's not public money. I understand and respect that. Just I find that the language where we're saying it's a state-based education program, but yet not public money, to be an interesting dichotomy, if you will. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none?
Thank you
very much. Doris Hohensie.
Hi, good morning, committee and chairman. I wasn't going to speak on this, but then I saw it in the back of the room. I'm Doris Hohensie. I'm from Nashua. I was a former homeschooler. My kids have graduated. This bill is very poorly written, and the previous speaker pointed out that homeschoolers only get grades 7 to 12, and it's paid through their adequacy, which they don't collect. So they're not double dipping. EFAs would be double dipping if they got paid for this. I don't understand where private and charter schools pay the public schools if they use it. That was never made clear to me. And I would think if they're in school all day, it's mostly extracurricular activities. But there's also the statute 194F2, Roman numeral 2D, that the sponsor should have been aware of since she wrote it in her universal voucher or EFA bill, that tells the EFA students, and they have to pay when they use the public school services. They sign something, they pay out of their adequacy money. So this bill needs to be rewritten to take that into account. And if it's going to be equal access for everybody, the funding is critical, and she ought to address how the funding is going to work, and are homeschoolers going to be allowed from the lower grades. The 8th grade was very generous letting her in. Usually it's high school because you have compartmental classes that they let, and maybe middle school, maybe that's why. But in Nashua, we were not allowed in until high school, maybe some of the middle school classes individually, but grade schools, we're not allowed in, and you're going to make EFAs so that they can come in anytime. That's not equitable. It's not fully researched. And I hope this gets rewritten or studied. Thank you.
Thank you. Nate Green.
Good Good morning. Thank you. I'm Nate Green. I'm a division director with the New Hampshire Department of Education. I do have a memo here, if it's all right, to hand out to the committee. Sure. I had a colleague, but he's caught up in Ways and Means right now. So I'm going to have this be a component of Mark not being able to be here, but I'll explain it. Mark, do you want to join me? I just sat down, so if you want to introduce yourself.
Yep, Mark Manganello, Bureau of School Finance, Department of Education.
Thank you. So the memo that's going around was actually put together by Mark and his team with the Bureau of School Finance. The department has a couple of concerns relative to the language in this bill and how it interacts with other sections of current statute, primarily around the way in which the state of New Hampshire funds education. So you see there are two sort of policies here that the Department of Education holds to when we're looking at the way in which we're funding different education pathways. So when we're talking about public school districts, it's the responsibility of a public school district to educate those public school students who enroll in their schools, and we do that through the adequacy formula. For home education students, as Barrett had testified earlier, the state does have mechanisms in which if a home education student is accessing programs within the school, the state reimburses the school for that access at certain rates, 0.15 ADM in statute. It's different with the EFA program because the EFA students are actually receiving money through the state. And so the adequacy, rather than going to a particular pathway, is going directly to the parents. And generally, the state does not double pay for multiple pathways of education. If you're a public school student, you receive the adequacy. If you're an EFA student, you receive EFA funds. So I think the first concern here is that if an education is going to, or if a student is going to be taking advantage of both of those components of education, is there an obligation then being set up through this statute that the state is now required to fund both of those in the same way? What we have been doing since the beginning of the EFA program is an expectation that if the EFA student is receiving the money, then the EFA family is using that money to access different components of education. Currently, an EFA student does have access to curricular and co-curricular courses in public school districts, and public school districts have the ability to determine whether or not they're going to charge a fee for that access, and those fees can be paid by the EFA funds that the parents are receiving. Some school districts set fees for those access. Some school districts have chosen not to set fees for those access and to treat them like home education students. In those cases, the district essentially is treating the student a little bit like a home education student who's coming in. They're just not receiving any adequacy either from the state or from those EFA funds. So I think the first kind of question that needs to be answered here is this setting up a situation where the state is now going to be obligated to cover the adequacy for the students accessing these if it's not coming from the EFA funds? The other concern that we have, I think, relative to the way this is set up is currently if a student's access in the public school goes above 50%, so essentially they're accessing 51% of their education within that, they're immediately withdrawn from the EFA program because they're now considered full-time enrolled in the public school district, because at 51%, that public school district now receives full adequacy for that student. And so we have mechanisms right now where when we're collecting data both from public schools and districts and from the Children's Scholarship Fund, if we find situations where a student has enrolled in their public school greater than 50% of the time, they're removed from the EFA program and they're fully enrolled into the public district, and that public district does now receive 100% of the adequacy from the state. So there's a concern here that by creating no barriers to access here within the EFA program, that either EFA students are going to access potentially more than 50% and may not be aware that they would be removed from the EFA program, or we're creating a situation in which we're saying they can have unlimited access, which means we're not going to remove them from the EFA program. They can access greater than 50% and will be paying for an EFA, but also paying school districts 100% of the adequacy, in which case, again, there's a pretty large double dip there. It's very difficult, I think, to understand exactly the implications here, which is why there's not currently a fiscal note attached to this bill. We're not sure exactly which way the intention of this bill may go. I think we need some guidance and clarification from the legislature in terms of how we're going to be funding both of these pathways simultaneously, because it is different than what we're currently doing. And it's not possible for us really to determine the cost to the state. But we do see potentially a pretty significant cost to the state if we're going to start funding both of these pathways simultaneously. And I'm going to see if Mark wants to add any additional comments.
Yeah, just the sort of plain meaning as introduced is essentially districts would educate EFA students, and they would not be able to build the EFA family to get compensated. So districts potentially could lose out on some revenue from the EFA program, from the family essentially. And then the main issue is if you adopt this policy, you would be you'd be violating policy 1, which is that when a district educates a student, they are compensated. So under this provision, under this bill, districts would not be compensated because they wouldn't receive state adequacy and they wouldn't be able to build a family. And so I expect we would hear some feedback from districts that they would like to be compensated for educating these students. Just as how it would play out mechanically. Currently, we're talking not a lot. We're talking about a few hundred students. Most students, when they pick the EFA pathway, they're in a non-public school, they're in a home education pathway. They're not really interacting with the district. So we're not talking about too many students, but I would say about over 100 some odd students each year. They do try to both enter the EFA pathway and maintain their district pathway. And so it does create some, there's a real challenge as far as making sure families are informed about what access they have or don't have and what funding they can access or not access. And so it's something we've been working on, and I think we've been getting better at it and using our data systems to deconflict that and working with families and districts to deconflict that. But there is, I think, probably some more legislative work that needs to be done. And I think that is the intent of this, is trying to make it clear to families what they have access to and not have access to. But the funding components also need to be figured out, or part of that puzzle piece potentially.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here. It's some interesting things you bring up. I just want to try to nail down a little bit on one of those items, which is the possibility of 51% enrollment issue. So, because the way I read it, what this is doing is expanding the categories of people who are eligible to participate in what is already outlined in the law. But I don't see anything here that would overturn anywhere in existing law a 51% enrollment, automatically removing them from the program. So I don't know that that would necessarily be impacted. Could you expound on that a bit?
This does not change that standard. The standard is in RSA 194F. This does not amend that provision, that once you are now 51%, you must disenroll from the EFA program. And that might, if people start accessing their district, we probably get more disenrolls from the EFAs, likely involuntarily. So the family might be upset because they might not know that they're disenrolling because they've taken a threshold of courses that now the district has determined it's now their student and they must enroll in the district and disenroll. And so it would create those sort of tough conversations between districts, families, and the data team here with NHED.
Representative Murray.
Madam Chair, thanks for taking my questions. I have a few, I have a question and then a follow-up, and it will be a true follow-up. I'm curious to know whether or not you receive quarterly enrollment updates or semesterly for especially high school classes that those students have those pathways and may enroll by the semester.
So we typically look at enrollment 3 times during the school year. We do what's called a beginning of year enrollment, a middle of year enrollment, and an end of year enrollment. And that looks at periods of time between each of those submissions. So you may have a student who doesn't come in the first day of the year. They maybe come in 3 weeks into the school year. They wouldn't initially have been counted in that first enrollment. But then when we do the middle of the year submission, the school district's going to put in the date that they had entered. And it's possible the student may have also left 4 weeks after that. So they might capture both entry and exit dates. But we collect those 3 times throughout the year. And then through those data collections, we do a lot of reconciliations, essentially. So we may have a student who is enrolled as an EFA student at the beginning of the year, but then we get a middle of the year submission that shows they're enrolled full-time in a school district somewhere. And so we go back through the data and we look at reconciliations to see when did they enter one program, when did they leave, when did they enter a second program. So it's not necessarily a rolling enrollment, but it is 3 times stated throughout the school year.
Follow-up?
Thank you. And of that 0.15 that you are counting per, does that include, and I could have misheard, does that include extracurricular activities like sports and things like that, or not?
No, it does not. No, that is only for curricular courses.
Any other questions? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I didn't know what popped into my mind. Oh, you help me with. So because this modifies basically existing law to add the EFA program, I'm just trying to understand how the existing law operates when it comes to, for instance, a traditional non-EFA homeschool student. Can they go under the laws that exist, take fewer than 51% courses at their local school, and does the state then have to pay any adequacy for that?
Yeah, that's correct. So there is a provision in the adequacy funding formula under RSA 198. It lives in 40A, I believe, or maybe, I don't know the exact citation, but you get that credit for a home education student attending a course, and then we receive that course submission, and we take that course data and convert it to ADM, and then we roll it into the adequacy formula. So you are compensated at that point, only home education students, not EFA students.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Brian Hawkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brian Hawkins representing NEA New Hampshire, here in opposition to House Bill 1817. I think most of the financial and language concerns that I was going to raise have been brought up by Mr. Christina and the department. I think I would just add on the questions around resources is, we already have schools, as was referenced earlier, that are struggling to fund the courses that they need to fund for their full-time students. So the ability for the school district not to be able to, receive any support from the state for these students, which they're already not receiving adequacy for, seems like a double hit. It's increased responsibility on the classroom teacher. It's increased responsibility on aides, all of which we're struggling to continue to attract and retain. And so with the greater flexibility given to districts around issues like class ratios, from the 306 rule changes to the fact that you have teachers who are already paying hundreds of dollars out of pocket for school supplies for their students, this seems like contrary to the direction that we want to head to make sure that the schools that are accessible to students, to any student, is able to fund those needs. And so with that, I'll close and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions? Representative Selly.
Thank you. Just as my brain is struggling to make sense of all of this, if I might ask you an analogy to help make sense of it, would this be sort of like if someone lived and chose to live on a private road in their community and then expecting their town to pave the road and maintain it, even though it was specifically designed to be a private road and not a public road?
I think that would be a good analogy. I mean, having heard some of those issues come up at my local city council, those come up all the time if you've ever served in city government. And so I think that's fair. I mean, taking a district like Claremont, for example, who, obviously there were a whole host of extenuating circumstances that resulted in the challenges that they're facing right now. But just to access some of their adequacy money months earlier in order to maintain education for those students, they're paying interest on those dollars. And the bill passed by the House to continue to have a revolving fund loan for that was going to require a whole host of additional responsibilities onto the school district just to access the dollars that they were going to receive anyway, just a little bit earlier. It was a payday loan. And so we're going to make a school district go through all of that. And yet here we're saying we're going to essentially create this additional subsidy without any additional contribution for it. So, sorry, I wanted to add that component to it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Ken Boucher or Barker, Baker? Okay, sorry. C-O-U-C-H. Thank you. Can you just turn on your mic, please? There you go.
My name is Ken Boucher. I live at Gulf Road in Henniker, New Hampshire, and I'm speaking in support of the bill. I am a EFA father, just for clarity of terms, so I don't want to say homeschooling father. I do agree that I do have some concerns about the wording of the bill, and the inclusion clause seems to be pointing at schools instead of at residents, which is the implied intent. But I support the bill in principle and to move forward. The intention seems to be equalizing the footing of all residents, right? That's why the inclusion clause is confusing there. I've heard some concerns raised about double dipping. There's nothing new here. If you look at the intention of the bill, it already includes public charter school students. The EFA students would be in no different situation than that, for certain, because it's already saying that students who are at a charter school, which is publicly funded, can then take courses or co-curricular courses at the public schools. So that's certainly no different than this. The only intention is to eliminate the divisions that they have between residents, regardless of what educational paths that they're taking. And I think that's something that should be supported. I definitely put my support behind it. Similarly, a previous speaker raised the issue of public school students where their public schools don't offer particular courses or activities. That's the same for everybody who lives in the town. The bill doesn't suggest that EFA families should have access to activities from a school district other than their own. It's only those that they're eligible to go to. So they're on the same footing as anybody who's in the town. The point of this bill is to rationalize the law that is currently creating an artificial distinction that I don't think applies because it's already, the concerns that are raised about funding and about access are already addressed in current things that are explicitly named, like public charter schools and the town of residence. So I think this is a good step forward. I do support some rewording of the bill, but I think this should move forward.
Thank you, Ken. Are you willing to take questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Charles Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Charles Smith Jr., and I'm from Orford, New Hampshire, and we're in a unique position for Orford that we have a Rivendell Interstate School District, which is the only school in the nation that is a pre-K through 12. So that puts limitations on it, and this comes from 3 very small rural towns. I support 1817, and it opens a gateway for the school choice. We took that opportunity and for our two children. And we also use the EFA program, which is, I don't know where I saw something that says 4,800, but we get 3,800 a piece, and we pay $18,000 additionally to go to that school for a better education, and much better education. As a matter of fact, when we tried to move to the students, they had twice as much more to offer, and for the public school, that even if we wanted to take it, wouldn't coincide with the school that we had chosen. Still, on top of all the dollar amount and the opportunity for a better or adequate education, we still pay our property taxes of $7,067 goes to the school, and we don't enroll or utilize any of the school amenities or services at all. So, or we're not taking anything from the state or from the school, actually contributing more to the school for our particular situation.
Thank you, Charles. Are you willing to take questions?
Pardon me?
Would you like to take questions?
Oh, sure, if there are any, yeah.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lois Wood?
Hi, my name is, excuse me. My name is Lois Wood. I'm from Franklin, New Hampshire. I've been a homeschooling mom for 25 years. I have 7 kids that I've homeschooled all the way to college. All of them have been accepted to college. Some of them chose not to go, but they were educated so that they could. The EFA has been a huge boon and really, really assisted our family a lot. And access to the local public school has also been very helpful. For instance, I had one daughter who wanted to take French, and there was a really great French program. I'm from Franklin, New Hampshire. I don't know if I mentioned that, but there was a really great French teacher in Franklin, and so she went and started taking French classes and then a theater class there, and that was just such a blessing to our family. And then after dipping her toes into the public school, she decided, you know what, next year I think I would like to go full-time. And so she did. It gave her choices, and it gave us an option to be able to test out the local public school and see if it would be a good fit. By barring EFA students from the local public schools or charging them extra, you know, like everybody else, I pay my property taxes, it pays for the school. I think barring EFA students or providing a financial hurdle for them that's untenable, you really are shortchanging our kids, and that's what we're all here for, is the education of kids and the right education for each kid, because I've got 7 of them. They're all different.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Kelly Dyers? Kelly? What is that? Okay, sorry. Couldn't. Oh my gosh.
Do you want one of us to hold?
If you want, but he'll wake up. Okay, hi. My name is Kelly Diver. I'm from Danville, New Hampshire, and I am an EFA mom. My oldest son is 10, and he has lots of friends in our town, which is fabulous. We do a baseball program with them. This bill would allow us to take advantage of the property taxes that we pay to the town and possibly in the future try out classes at his school. As of right now, I actually have a lot more preparation going into our deliberative, which is tomorrow. But we have paid every single year almost the same in-state tuition for UNH. It is ridiculous. Our school budget for our towns is $90 million. And I feel like if I'm paying that much money, my son should be able to take an art class or like, a language class if he decides that he wants to be able to take a foreign language. It feels like we're being ripped off, to be honest with you. So, yeah, I'm sorry I didn't prepare more, but
You're good.
I do know a lot about what's going on with the taxes in our town. So if you have any questions, I can tell you all about that.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Jerry Fruit?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Good morning. Jerry Frew, Associate Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association. I'm not going to take much of your time because I know lunch is approaching and you have a busy afternoon ahead. I don't need to reiterate the concerns that Mr. Christina or members of the Department of Education have introduced as concerns with this piece of legislation. Very well spoken mom that just finished brought out great points. EFA kids should have access to the programs, but as such is the case with so many of the issues in our state, funding remains at a core, and that was pointed out, the differences between the home education adequacy money that's paid for a partial 0.15, I think, for a home ed student. Perhaps that same standard of adequacy money should apply to all students who are part-time students of their local school community. And I think that with all of the talk and interest in open enrollment and home education and EFAs, that it's incredibly important for this body. I'm asking this body to pump the brakes. Kids' lives are being affected by this, and we are building airplanes in flight with open enrollment, with EFAs, with the home education piece. It's so important to get this right. There's a study commission bill. I don't remember the chamber or the number, but there's an opportunity for this legislature to make informed, appropriate decisions, answer the dozens of questions that have been introduced time and time again in this committee and others, all legitimate concerns. I've not heard one concern today that's not legitimate, right? Let's get it right, not just let's get it done. That's it. I know it's lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Are there any questions? Representative Selig.
Thank you so much. I just want to make sure I wrote this down right. You're saying that with funding, where the home educated students who do not get EFA funds, a portion is paid to the school when they take classes. And so we should balance it where if that's the same case, the state should also pay the school district if an EFA student makes the same choice as a non-EFA home educated student. Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other pink cards on 1817? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Call to order the hearing on constitutional amendment concurrent resolution 28 relating to morality and piety, providing that town, parishes, bodies, corporate, or religious societies may elect and contract with teachers. And I call on Representative Sodi to introduce this bill.
Good afternoon, committee members. For the record, my name is Julius Soti. I represent the towns of Windham and Londonderry. And I bring this CACR before you on behalf of some of my constituents. There's some misconceptions about it. It's not about religion or religious zealotry. I'm not a religious zealot. I'm far from it. It's about taxing authority. And this CACR looks to correct some flaws in the language, which have caused some commotion regarding the authority of the state to tax. This bill was recommended or put forward by Tom Murray and Dan Richards. Dan Richards is a constitutional expert. And Tom Murray, for those who don't know, is the man who diagnosed the Windham incident before we even had the audit. So at this point, I'd like you to turn it over to Tom Murray to take you on a historical journey of the progress of how we've been funding our schools in the state.
Thank you very much. Hang on one second. Representative Horgan, is it okay if we let Mr. Murray go first so you can hear his testimony, or would you rather come up right now?
You can go first, and I'll go up that.
Thank you. All right. I call on Tom Murray.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Tom Murray. I'm a former Windham School Board member. I am also the founder of the Windham Academy Charter School. And I'm also a proud father of 5 children, and my youngest having Down syndrome. So I believe that education opens doors, and that's what brings me here today. And I want to share with you a historical timeline as it relates to education funding and some of the history that circumvents this, as well as 2 critically important pieces of information that we'll get into. One, that a textual error exists in the current Constitution in Part 2, Article 83, Encouragement of Literature. And that was recently confirmed just weeks ago by Secretary of State David Scanlon. As well, what I have with me here today, the 1850 Constitutional Convention Journal, that was also not made available to the Claremont Court, whereas this hasn't been published until 2005. And I read all 448 pages of this multiple times, and I'd like to share some of the conversations that I've had with Mr. Gardner himself just this past Friday and some of the interesting things that you might find. So I'd like to start in 1784. 1784, the Constitution is adopted. For the first time, we place forward 2 articles as it relates to education. Part 1, Article 6, which empowers the legislature they empower the legislature. There's a clause in there that reads, the people of the state have the right to empower and do hereby fully empower the legislature. What did they empower the legislature to do? To authorize. Only to authorize. Authorize who? The towns, the parishes, the bodies corporate, and the religious societies. To do what? To make adequate provision at their own expense. And that is the operative language that we ran under for approximately 184 years. The other article is in Part 2, Article 83, and that was the encouragement of literature. And this is where they use the word, quote, cherish, end quote. Legislators and magistrates are to cherish education. That's a hortatory word that is not a taxing clause. And I'll get into why I believe the Claremont Court erred in this decision known as Claremont 1, which brings us to Claremont 2 and its entire progeny. From 1784, it's important to understand at that point in time when we get to usage and custom, what's going on. Most of the schools in 1784 are religious schools. There's very few secular schools at all. In fact, the dominant schooling system is by Congregationalists. And to be frank, Congregationalists were just crushing. They were raising money more than the Protestants, more than the Presbyterians. And they would do is they go into a town and through Article 6, they would use the Warren Article system to raise taxation at their own expense, and they would fund sectarian schools. What happens in 1819, however, though, is a lot of the different sects and denominations are not really comfortable with that. So there's a dispute. And in 1819, we put forward a legislative act known as the Toleration Act. And this is the first time that we separate church from state. And this was at the time something that was coming on the heels of James Madison's famous memorial and remonstrance against religious assessment, where he argued with his good friend Patrick Henry, give us liberty or give us death, that Patrick Henry, over a religious assessment for his Quaker schools in Virginia. And that obviously turned out the way it did, and that failed. James Madison won the day, and this is where we enshrine in our Bill of Rights, under Part 1, Article 4, rights of conscience, which has never been changed, mind you. So in 1819 is the first time where we get the beginning of what's called free schools or common schools. And common schools are what we would really view as common public education as we see it today. (1850). So the people are asked a direct question. The secular schools are having difficulty raising money and competing against the sectarian schools. And so they make 3 sweeping proposals in the 1850 Constitutional Journal. And again, this journal was not available to the Claremont Court until 2005 when it was first published. And I thank Bill Gardner for all that. He's a wonderful historian if anybody has ever had the opportunity to speak with him. And speaking with him for the past 2 hours on the past Friday was remarkable what the man has up in his head, and he was willing to share. So the first one was adding a new education article to the Bill of Rights in Article 40. We only have 39 articles. For anyone that's paying attention, they were going to add a 40th. And this 40th was going to address secular common schools. And then they were going to change Part 2, Article 83, because they explicitly knew that there was not a taxing authorization within that article. And this is clearly made throughout the debate when you read this. And so therefore, they put a taxing clause to make it mandatory. Because under Part 1, Article 6, it was not mandatory. It was at your own expense. And the last thing they did was they took Part 1, Article 6 to make it more or less all sectarian. So Article 6 was going to be sectarian, Article 40 was going to be common schools, secular, and Article 83 under the form of government was going to control both of them, and it was going to tax, mandatory tax, for common schools, The voters rejected that. And why this matters? When the people are asked for taxing authority and they say no, that decision is constitutionally dispositive, which I submit to this board, this committee, that's as of today, because that constitutional question has never been asked subsequent to the 1850 Constitutional Convention, nor has the people ever ratified a taxing clause. Which brings us to 1877, the 1876 Constitutional Journal. Education and taxation are again debated. No statewide education tax authority is adopted during this. Instead, what they do is, you can understand at the time, the secular folks being rejected in 1850, and the Congregationalists are still crushing. And they're raising money like nobody's business, and they're being very successful in doing so. So what they put forward is a limitation, and that is a limitation on sectarian schools for public taxes. Now, clearly, this was already determined as the legislative function in 1819 under the Toleration Act, but they wanted to constitutionalize it. And I'm going to read that proviso language because this is the language that's actually errored. If anyone has a copy of your Constitution, I would ask you to open it up and turn to page, and I'm not sure the page is Part 2, Article 83. And about halfway down the paragraph, it will start with provided nevertheless. And I'm going to go read this to you. Provided nevertheless that no money raised by taxation shall ever be granted or applied for the use of the schools of institutions of any religious sect or denomination. That's incorrect. That's a typo, and it's approximately 1987 when this typo happens. This has been acknowledged by Dave Scanlon. I'll read this. This is Friday, January 16th. Dear Tom, this is addressed to myself. Thank you for bringing this issue to my attention. As you know, the state archivist and I spent some time researching the word or, changed to the word of in Part 2, Article 83, in the versions of the state constitution printed by the Secretary of State's office. We have traced the change back to around 50 years ago, with no specific event identified that it would require change in the word. It was most likely a typographical error that carried forward to this present time. The reason why this is so important, because the Claremont Court didn't have the correct text when they had a decision to be made on Part 2, Article 83. This raises serious reliance issues, whereas the courts did not have the correct text of Part 2, Article 83, and they didn't have the benefit of having the 1850 Constitutional Convention in front of them, where the voters clearly rejected taxation. The correct operative language is provided nevertheless that no money should be granted for taxation shall ever be granted or applied for the use of the schools or institutions of any religious sect and denomination. That reads very differently. And when we have the context of the 1850 journal behind us, knowing that common schools, the voters rejected taxation, it places things in a completely different light. This brings us to 1968, and this is the source of the modern confusion, in my opinion. Again, Article 6 hasn't been changed. Article 6 is maintained. And this is why it's so important, because schools, municipalities, they can raise taxation under Article 6. And this is where we're going to remove a piece of structural importance as it relates to taxation. The constitutional question that was asked of the people was, are you in favor of amending Article 6 of Part 1 of the Constitution as to strike out specific sectarian references and further amending the article to read as follows? I will send this to the committee for people to read. This is the original constitutional Article 6, side by side with the current version that was adopted in 1968. I would submit to you that the question was invalid under Gerber v. King. And the reason why is because the people that were going into the voting booth did not know what they were doing. They thought they were just removing certain specific sectarian references, but that's not what happened. Here's the language that was removed, and I would submit to you that it's not sectarian at all. And this is the catastrophic piece. The people of the state have the right to empower and do hereby fully empower the legislature to authorize, from time to time, the several towns. All that language has been stricken, it's been extinguished. Without a textual grant of authority, the towns no longer have authorization with the state to make adequate provision at their own expense for the support and the maintenance of public Protestant teachers of piety, religion, and morality. And it goes on, provided notwithstanding that the several towns, again, all this language is stricken. Parishes, bodies, corporate, and religious societies have the exclusive is stricken, and public teachers, public is stricken. This amendment caused structural damage by removing the legislature's explicit empowering clause. and the constitutional authorization to provide and fund education without replacing it with a clear grant of state authority. And mind you, if you've been listening closely, the state has never been granted authority to tax. It was only those four entities. They were simply empowered to authorize. That's it. Authorize. Which brings us to 1993 and 1997, the Claremont decision. The Supreme Court declares education funding is a fundamental right. Again, they don't have this 1850 Constitutional Convention journal in front of them. The court assumes that state must funding education. However, the court did not have it, nor did they have the correct language. They relied on an incorrect constitutional text. And they never identified a constitutional grant of taxing authority because one does not exist. You can go through Part 2, Article 5. We've changed the Constitution many times. We added an inheritance tax. We've added a highway tax. We've added, as recently in 1990, an education funding tax through the lottery, not on your estate. But we do not have a constitutional grant of authority to tax for the purposes of education. 2005, the missing history is published. The Secretary of State publishes the 1850 Constitutional Journal, and it confirms that education taxation was rejected by the voters, which remains dispositive. The record is unavailable to the Claremont Court. And today, we find ourselves in a constitutional crisis. The state is taxing without clear constitutional grant. Courts are enforcing funding obligations without voter authorization. And municipalities and taxpayers are caught between court mandates and constitutional limits. Everyone swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, RSA 42:1. Why CACR matters? CACR 28 restores Article 6 to its original operative language, correcting the structural damage caused by the 1968 ballot question. That remove the legislature's empowering clause and in the town's authorization without lawfully replacing either. So I submit that the 1968 question, again, was defective under Gerber versus King because it was altered the substance of Article 6 while presenting the change as a limited, non-substantive revision. What CACR does do is one honest thing. It asks the people the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here to walk us through some of the history of all of this.
Certainly.
There are certainly some portions, a lot of portions of the history that I would tend to agree with. But I want to look at the proposed legislation before us. I assume you have all of the details. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly the effect of the first part under Article 6 as proposed. It would empower, if I'm not mistaken, and you can correct me if you think I am, it would empower local bodies, it would empower religious institutions under the powers of the state to levy taxation to fund the religious teachers of different denominations, so long as you're only taxing Baptists to pay for Baptists and Presbyterians to pay for Presbyterians. Is that your understanding of how that operates?
No, not at all. It's important to go back to 1784 and understand that when this is written, this document is written, it's written in a time frame where almost every school is a religious school. It's only amended twice, Part 2, Article 83, once in 1877, once in 1903. 1903 is the Anti-Sherman Trust Act. It doesn't really apply, although there are some things that I'll get into that at a different time. When you're operating under Article 83 and Article 6, Article 6 is what's granting the authority to tax for all schools, for all schools. I hope that answered the question. I can go further if you.
Just to help me understand a little better, because in terms of following up, based on my admittedly limited but still somewhat knowledge of the history, am I wrong that at the founding of this nation, the several states did in fact have their own state churches, including the Congregationalists here in New Hampshire, for which the state did levy taxation to pay for the religious teachers of that sect?
That's correct. I just add a caveat to that. Yes, they raised taxation, but it was at your own expense. It was not mandatory. And when you read Part 1, Article 12, it will still read today that no man's property can ever be taken for him. And this is what this really gets down to, is an unlawful taking under Part 1, Article 12, because no man's property could ever be used for its public purposes without his consent or the consent of the representative body, that being the people. And that would be through the process of a CACR, an amendment. And there hasn't been an amendment to Part 1, Article 12. Certainly.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Representative Horgan.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham, and so I'm opposed to this amendment. I think it has it's going to be a pretty heavy lift to get it even out of the House, because so this is, I was only really prepared to go back as far as 1968. In 1968, as Mr. Murray mentioned, it was passed by a fairly overwhelming majority of the voters. And that's the form it's in today. And it was on the ballot. It said, "Shall remove certain sectarian references," and I think removing all those sectarian references from the state constitution, that's something I agree with. I think since I'm a believer in the separation of church and state, and the separation of church from state, and if we restore this language from 1784, and I was glad Mr. Murray confirmed that that's what this is doing. They're putting Article 6 back the way it was in before 1968. So I think I would be opposed to it. I think lots of people are opposed to it. If the issue is that the state doesn't have the authority to tax to support public education, I mean, I believe it does, notwithstanding all the history. I mean, I certainly don't want to argue with Bill Gardner, who I know very well, and brilliant man, but I'm not sure. I think the state, certainly, I believe the state does have the authority to tax. I believe the Claremont decisions were correct. And if they don't, well, maybe we do need a constitutional amendment, but I don't think this is the right constitutional amendment. And I think also, at least I'm personally, I think lots of people are opposed to taxing to support any form of religious education, even if it's only levied on members of that one denomination. That religions are now self-supporting without tax revenue, at least in theory. So I think that's how it should continue to be. So I would say probably the best thing to leave it alone. It might be interesting. I haven't done this yet. We heard a lot about the minutes, the journal, or I guess it's the Journal of the Constitutional Convention of 1850. There's a Constitutional Convention. I didn't hear any mention of what's in the minutes or journal of the Constitutional Convention of 1968. So there's a lot of information in the previous in Mr. Murray's presentation, but he didn't have any information about what the Constitutional Convention of 1968 had to say about it and why they put it in the ballot and how people understood it. But I think it's pretty clear that putting all these sectarian references back in the state constitution, which I think were obsolete in 1968, they're even more obsolete now, is a very bad idea. So I would urge the committee to ITL it, and I'm quite certain if this bill comes before the floor, I will be one of those who votes. If it comes before with an ought to pass, I would definitely be one of those who vote against it. And just bear in mind, since we're all members of the House, I think it needs 240, it needs 60% of the whole body, which I guess is currently 239. So it won't take very many votes to block this. And I'm sure I'll be one of the 140 or so votes that will take to kill, that are needed to kill this. So I thank you for your, thank you for your time. And except to just say, if indeed the state does not have the authority to tax to support public education, that's something it definitely should have. So maybe a simple amendment just stating that the state does have that authority is fine. So that's once again, I would say ITL it. I don't think either ITL it or either make a very radical amendment that would be just probably totally different from what the sponsors have in mind. So thanks. I'd be happy to take any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
All right. Thank you for your time then. And I apologize. I think I did take more than 2 minutes. So sorry about that, but thanks.
Thank you, Representative Morgan. Doris Hohensie?
Chairman and members of the committee, I'm Doris Hohensie. I'm here in support of CACR 28. Voters were not informed in 68 when they amended Part 6, Article 6, Part 1. They believe the amendment removed obsolete sectarian language, which was 4 words: deity, Protestant, evangelical, and Christians. Another 154 words were deleted without any public discourse or debate. How do I know? There was no discussion in the major state newspapers at the time. No further explanation of the amendment. The Constitutional Convention Journal from 1968 had no discussion or debate on the proposed amendment. Just one statement that a subcommittee met over the weekend to discuss the proposal. No minutes, no record, nothing. It came into the CONCON as Proposal 39. It was preceded, the CONCON was seated with all these different questions that they were to study. So they had language going into it, and there's no record of any debate or discussion. So consent requires fully informed voters. Consent was not given. Voters were deceived. Voters were never told that the empowerment of the legislature to authorize the towns and the corporate bodies, which are the school districts. There's now a comma between them. I talked to the Secretary of State. The same problem he has in Article 83 was it was created in 1987 in the Red Book, the Manual of the General Court. There was a typo in both articles. If you look at the RSA, the red-bound volumes that of all the statutes, a copy of the state constitution is correct all the way through the 80s to the current day. So there's no question about the fact that the two are not aligned and something needs to be put back. But when you put a comma between bodies and corporate, you don't realize they're the incorporated bodies, your school districts. So they were supposed to collect the taxes to fund public teachers at their own expense, and that was removed. Yet property taxes were collected for the next 58 years. Why wasn't this recognized sooner? Voters were never informed that the exclusive right, and that was a gratuitous take, we have the right, but we took out the exclusive right, protecting the local prerogative to elect public teachers and at the same time not to be compelled to fund instruction of values of another persuasion than their own. So that was removed. Another persuasion does not mean a sect or denomination, not a religion or a church. Values of another persuasion are those that are incompatible with your conscience. This article was written to defend our inalienable rights of conscience. Our founders realized the danger of state indoctrination in the formation of student values through public education. They knew England trampled the rights of conscience through the Acts of Uniformity in the 1550s. So why does this matter? Look at the endless battles that are being waged in our public schools, with parents arguing over values, and a long list of legislative solutions that are being proposed to escape the consequences of those incompatible values. It's a significant problem. Under the exclusive right clause, New Hampshire taxpayers were allowed to switch districts, much like they used to switch parishes when taxpayers supported the ministry. Switching districts is the relief valve that prevents discord. New Hampshire had nearly 3,000 school districts at the end of the 1800s. There was no need to fight over uniformity of values in curriculum, grading, behavior modification, when you could form new districts based on shared values and build strong communities of like-minded individuals. A taxpayer could form the clerk by April of his intention to switch districts, and the education portion of his property taxes would go to the new district. If there was no compatible district, he could join with his neighbors and create a new one. All education promotes values. The only question is whose values? There needs to be a sense of urgency to restore this article. The lack of constitutional authority to collect property taxes for public education will result in millions of dollars of tax abatements. How will those lawsuits be resolved? The enabling language in this article to collect taxes has been removed. Our inability to join districts that promote compatible values has resulted in turmoil, anguish, budget problems as students leave districts without adequate notice after budgets are approved. Districts will be destroyed with these new state mandates to fund outgoing students while families are stuck behind funding districts that promote incompatible values. There are proposals for universal open enrollment, tax caps, centralizing SAUs at the county level, even a proposal to convert all locally governed public schools into state charter schools. One might think that the goal is to destroy school districts, undermine our values, and bankrupt taxpayers. State-regulated programs create privileges, which are vastly different from recognizing and exercising our rights. The state has essentially created acts of uniformity instead of upholding our inalienable rights. Why not resolve this problem by respecting each other's value? The proposal to the article have been submitted to the legislature before, only this time we have the tax abatements and students exiting incompatible districts. Perhaps now's finally the time to fix it. Folks that are happy with the values being taught in their schools can certainly continue. Nothing should hinder them. Districts can continue to collect state and federal money to fund these programs of uniform programs if they so choose. But others aren't happy and can create districts that eliminate the uniform mandates, data collection, assessments. Think of it as community-based home education in action. If this article is restored, there won't be any need for education freedom accounts. Students can learn in districts that share their values. Public funding of non-public schools is wrong on so many levels. There's the loss of independence of private education due to regulation. There's also the compelled funding of incompatible values of another persuasion. So I hope this legislature can work together to restore our rights of conscience. I've included the original and the current versions below. I've also included my proposal of an amendment that adds the essential language back without the obsolete sectarian references, which I think will be a lot more palatable. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony, for being here to take my question. So when it comes to the history and the things you've mentioned, I find a lot that I want to be in agreement with. But there's one question that I don't understand as of yet. I'm hoping you can help me understand. I grant the textual error. There was an error in transcription of the document. What I'm trying to understand is when you're looking at the phrase as it exists, schools or institutions of any religious sect or denomination. And I don't find any punctuation at all in that. There's no comma, there's nothing there. I'm trying to understand where the interpretation that institutions does refer to religious sect or denomination, but schools does not then refer to religious sect or denomination. It means all schools. I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
Thank you for the question. I think the power to tax and fund at our own expense is Article 6. Article 83, that typo, I don't think it's significant. If you look at Claremont, the first one in 93, you do a search for that sentence, it didn't appear. So in my limited opinion, they used other sections of Article 83 to come up with a decision which I still don't agree with, but it wasn't based on that typo. Why they put a comma in Article 6? Again, both of them happened at the same time under John Sununu.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Liz Tentarelli?
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Liz Tentarelli. I'm president of the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters of New Hampshire. And in that role, one of the things we try to do when we have constitutional amendments on the ballot is to make sure that voters understand what they're voting for. A yes vote means this, a no vote means that. I guarantee if this constitutional amendment appears on the ballot, people would not understand what you're getting at. I think there's also a disservice done to this committee and to the public in the way this amendment is presented in the legislative handouts. I don't know whether to blame the sponsor or OLS, but usually when you get a bill, you have new text in bold, you have deleted text in brackets or italics or something, and you can compare them. You do not have that here. You have instead language that looks like the only people who should be hired as teachers are Christians and we need public worship. This is not 1784. We don't have the same community uniformity that we did at the time that was very accurately described by previous speakers. I don't think we want to go back to the 1784 writing of this. If the issue is power to tax for schools, then write a bill that does that. Defeat this because nobody will understand what it's doing other than seeming to propose some purely Christian values on a much more diverse population than we had in 1784. If there are questions that I could answer, I'd be glad to, but I certainly urge this committee to get rid of this, and if a bill is needed, come up with a much better one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. And I call on Daniel Richard.
Chairwoman, members of the committee, thank you for your time today. My name is Daniel Richard. I'm a citizen of New Hampshire, and I want to address what is relevant today, and that is consent. Part 1, Article 1 states very clearly, all government of right, not some, all government of right, originates from the consent of the voters. Now, as the lady said, what did the people, if they didn't understand it today, do you think they understood it in 1968 when they proposed this amendment? Because I don't think they did. And that's really the heart of this CACR, is to restore the language. And if we're going to entertain changes to this, then we need to change it as through the proper amendment process. Now, the binding precedent on this is Gerber v. King in 1967, which is a proposed, I'd like to read you the relevant portions of that decision. That was proposed in 1966. The state legislature proposed, or the CONCON came up with the amendment to change the judiciary. And question 8 was struck down by the state Supreme Court. Give me a second here. And here are the relevant portions. The court emphasized that under Article 99 and 100 of the New Hampshire Constitution, voter approval of amendments must reflect a clear and informed expression of intent. The ballot question 8 was deemed misleading. Citing precedents such as Concrete Company versus Rhine Builders and the opinion of the justices, the court ruled that amendments cannot stand if the ballot fails to clearly convey the true effect, prioritizing voter understanding. The decision underscores the importance of transparent ballot language in the constitutional referenda, ensuring amendments reflect genuine voter intent or genuine voter will rather than hidden legislative purposes. And that's the underlying problem here, is that it's the process. If we have a state constitution that calls for informed consent, the first article, as I just cited, right, all government of right originates from the people, is founded in their consent. It's fascinating that the last sentence in 1784 called that only through informed consent can this Constitution be changed. That didn't happen in 1968. And this is reaffirmed by Article 12. that Article 12 is a brilliant article which Mr. Murray spoke about, which is that no man's property shall be taken from him without his own consent or that of the representative body of the people, referring to the amendment process. Well, what do you get in exchange for a taxpayer? You get two specific things. One, by paying your fair share to the expense of the state, you are secured in the fact that you won't be, no new taxes will be established without the amendment process. Remember the Stamp Act? What had caused the revolution, right? The king would create new methods of taxation. And the second thing that he would do, and your second protected right under Article 12, is that no new laws will be enacted without, again, through the amendment process. And so the whole point of the CACR, regardless of any discrepancies or arguments about Christianity or faith-based elements, the point is, first and foremost, this body did not create the problem. You're inheriting an old mess. But I submit to you that the reason this is being proposed is to restore the original language. And if we're going to have a debate about how to change things, then let's have a debate about how to change things and get the voters to go along with it. If you don't, then we continue to fight, and the only person who benefits from this is the legal society, because it leads to nonstop litigation. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Anytime.
No, I'm happy that you're doing it. Thank you very much.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and for the explanation. So first, I'm overwhelmingly sympathetic to arguments of judicial overreach and misinterpretation. That said, because this body, if we go through the process, right, we have the authority, if gone through the process, to create a constitutional amendment, including this one, if we chose to do it and the people consented.
Right.
We can make any constitutional amendment if we go through that process and the people consented. Given that, I'm trying to understand why we would choose this particular one to go back to the original language, where it very much appears that we are delegating the coercive taxation authority of the state to raise taxes on behalf of different denominations of the church to pay for teachers, which very much, in my mind, models the Church of England system, which the Puritans came here to get away from.
Correct. No, you're right. And that's what, and the word evangelical, by the way, in Article 6 must be read in light of the fact that it was a term of law, not a term of religion. The word evangelical is defined as biblical principles. And when we look at the current state of affairs in our schools, when we look at DEI and the various other contentious debates that we're having, parental rights, it's all led to, history repeats itself. And so when we look at, what did the founding fathers look at? They were frustrated with just what you said, the abusive practices of the Anglican Church. And in my estimation, that the article, as originally intended, created a beautiful separation of church and state because it was voluntary. It wasn't compulsory. And that's what we left when we left that behind under the pretense of removing sectarian language. And as the lady suggested, there was 100 and some odd words that were removed from that amendment. That, how many did you say, Doris? 154. 154 words were removed from Article 6 with no discussion, no disclosure. There isn't even a legislative record of the event. And so again, under the consent clause, which is binding on all of us, right? That unless we go through that process. Now, I don't object to addressing the issues that I think should be a secondary conversation. But right now, as you all well know here in the legislature, you're struggling to find out how to put Band-Aids on the problem because of these changes that were not achieved through the proper amendment process. When you look at the taxing clause, for example, as Mr. Murray alluded to, the First Amendment to our taxing power was Article 83. Article 83, where they created, no, it wasn't Article 83. Forgive me for not remembering the article. The point is that the inheritance tax came first, the highway tax came second, the current use tax followed. All of these are examples that only through the amendment process can you expand the taxing power of the state. Because of the manner in which these changes have been achieved, we have a mess on our hands. So I'm not saying that this is the end-all, be-all of the problem, because as the other lady pointed out, that we have a much more diverse population. But either way, it's still a problem.
It's a follow-up.
Yes, please. And thank you. I just want to make sure that we're of one mind in understanding how this is looking to function. Because you had mentioned that a different article, I don't have it off the top of my head, prohibits the coercive taking without authority. But here in the amendment that's proposed, it says, and no person of any one particular religious sect or denomination shall ever be compelled to pay toward the support of the teacher or teachers of another persuasion, sect, or denomination, seemingly indicating that they can be compelled to pay through state coercive taxation authority toward their own denomination. Is that right, your understanding?
Well, that's what happened in the Toleration Act of 1819. The Congregationalists had a dominant foothold, and they were doing that. It's fascinating how history repeats itself. They were doing the very same thing that's being done to us today, that they were compelling the local community to pay for their pastor, who was also the schoolmaster, and it was forced taxation. So the people of the time, those who are of other Christian faiths, they used Part 1, Article 32, the right to petition the legislature, which the legislature then wrote a very important document called the Toleration Act of 1819 that outlawed that very practice, and it restored the voluntary nature of education. And of course, that revolves around the right of consent. The right of conscience. Article 4 and Article 5 of Part 1 is still there. It's still binding.
Thank you very much. Representative Selig?
Thank you. I actually have a question of the chair, which is, we've had different testimony that references things from the Secretary of State's office. I'm hoping we can have a representative from the Secretary of State's office come to answer some of the technical questions so that we get the answers. So I would request that
If we have a subcommittee or a work session, we could certainly invite them, but right now is the hearing and I don't see them here.
I understand that. I'm requesting that we make a request of them. I've been notified that's the proper procedure, so I'm just trying to follow procedure.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a great day. Thank you for all you do anyway.
And with that, I conclude the hearing on I conclude the hearing on CACR 28.
Yes.
We will open the executive session on House Bill 1093 relative to public charter schools and the state building code and governmental land use exemptions. And I recognize Representative McDonald for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
I will defer to my second.
Anything from the second?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if you well noticed, we have an amendment to House Bill 1093, 2026-0489H, which eliminates sections 2 and 3 of the original bill. There was quite a bit of commotion and concern about funding. So in order to pass this legislation, we've eliminated any of the funding or grant requirements in this bill and confirmed and confined it strictly to the original intent of the bill.
Did you have a motion on that?
I move ought to pass on amendment 2026-0489H. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I second.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment?
Question?
Alboni?
Yeah. Just to clarify that I'm reading this correctly, so it's taking out all of the funding in 2 and 3 and keeping the effective date, so it just affects the codes, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other, Representative Selig?
Sorry, thank you. I just want to clarify, so this would eliminate a municipality's ability to make sure that it's up to code enforcement and to have fees for having the code inspections? Is that, I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Representative Selig, the only thing that this amendment does is take out lines 16 through 25. Everything else remains intact.
Any other discussion on the amendment?
Give me the amendment number one more time, please.
Representative Belcher?
I would just briefly clarify on following up on that last one, that it doesn't remove what's already in statute. It would only remove the bold portions in the original bill.
Zero 0489H.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTP.
Vice Chairman Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Representative McDonald, do you have another motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass as amended by 0489H.
Is there a second?
And I'll second that.
Any discussion from Representative McDonald?
Yes, thank you. House Bill 1093 is a result of collaboration among the Salem delegation at the request of our constituent, the Birches Academy. A school in Nashua cited a similar concern, demonstrating a statewide need for this legislation. Only one person spoke in opposition to the bill, but I humbly ask you to please disregard his testimony. This is because the representative's comments were not related to the bill at hand, violated committee protocol, and were the latest in his pattern of animosity towards me. He has held a personal grudge since January of 2024 and behaved in the same manner last year in the Ed Funding Committee as he did last week in our committee on this bill, House Bill 1093. As he enjoys watching our committee, let's give him something to watch. Let's focus on equality of opportunity for chartered public and traditional public schools for the passage of House Bill 1093 as amended. Thank you.
Anything from the second?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? Representative Selig.
Thank you. I should have held my question for now. I'm still trying to clarify. As amended, this bill, I understand, takes out that portion about how the funding of the building happens, but with the code and otherwise, this would remove the town's abilities to charge any fees for code enforcement and for evaluating the safety of a site. Is that correct?
That is not correct. All it does is put public charter schools on the same level with traditional public schools. So if you remember the testimony, Representative Selig, we had one charter school that was charged an exorbitant amount of money for permit fees and for reconstruction over $100,000, whereas the same set of building codes would not have been applied to a traditional public school. So what this does, as Representative McDonald had so eloquently said, this levels the playing field for a private charter school to get the same treatment as a traditional public school.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTPA.
Vice Chairman Petronel.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
And Chairman Noble.
Yes.
16 yeas, 1 nay. Consent?
Consent? We'll close the executive session on 1093. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 1467 FN, establishing the New Hampshire Seal of Civic Excellence and Engagement Program. And I look to Representative Belcher for a motion. Oh, Representative McDonald for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure either one of us would take it, but ought to pass, please.
Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
Thank you. I would like to offer Amendment 0522H.
Is that an ought to pass motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion on the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the hearing for this bill, we had a robust discussion talking about a number of improvements that could be made to it. So I had drafted an amendment, and anyone on the committee who wanted to be involved in that process was. I'm very happy. It was very collaborative among both parties. And what the public does not know is the amendment right now, this is either the third or fourth amendment. So it really has been a back and forth process. To walk you through quickly, if you look at section 1, we made those standards a little bit more challenging to make it more academically rigorous. So if students are getting the seal, they really have achieved it, rather than doing the closer to the bare minimum. It's someone who has gone beyond those minimum requirements established locally. And we have a number of ways for that to be demonstrated. The school could require a portfolio of work, a standardized assessment, or another mastery-based assessment, again, approved by the school board, school administrative board, so it's a local decision. It also includes participation in student government activities. That's someone who might serve on their student council, but not limited to just those that are elected, as it may be a popularity contest. If someone who ran, the school board may deem that as qualified under, let's see, section 1, Roman numeral 1, C2. Moving on to Roman numeral 2, the primary concern with the bill as presented was the fiscal note, and the intent stated by the prime sponsor is for this to not have a fiscal impact. Reason being that they had asked the Department of Education, and as written, they thought they had to develop rules or hire a new position to administer this program, which was not the intention. So it clearly states that the State Board of Education shall adopt rules to eliminate any fiscal impacts. And let's see, Section 2 of the bill remains unchanged by the original. Section 3, a small but I think significant change, as it was suggested during the hearing, that the effective date should be changed to July 4th in the nature of our country's and our state's anniversary in 2026. I thought that was interesting. And that is the amendment. Thank you.
Anything from the second?
I would just note that I think we've tightened this up. It requires a level of rigor that goes beyond the bare minimum, which was big for me, and it's earned my support.
Any other discussion? Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question of the Representative McDonald. Could you just tell me the difference between this amendment and the Representative Page amendment? What was changed in it? I didn't have time to do the side by side. I was just curious.
Thank you for the question. Are you referring to the original bill as presented by Representative Page? Because he did offer a subsequent amendment at one point as well. And they were, again, this is like the third or fourth version of the bill.
Oh, okay, so Amendment 0364.
Okay, 0364.
What is different? I mean, I don't have
that. Yes, and that amendment, that is where we first added the rules. And since then, I have worked with Representative Cornell, yourself, and then Representative Belcher on this most recent amendment here to add, if you're looking at Roman numeral 1, A, B, C, 1, all of those were changed in this. So specific language, line 17 on the first page, comparative forms of governments was added. Line 20, 21, citizenship and constitutional republican government knowledge attainment, that was added, but still keeping the underlying intent as approved by the school board and school administrative unit board. Reason for these changes is simply to make it more palatable to everyone, do what we can to hopefully get this on the consent calendar.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
This is not a follow-up, it's another question.
Sure.
I'm just wondering, certainly civics is important. I totally get the whole thing. So my first question is, can schools do this now? Can schools do this? Without this bill, could anyone and everyone just do this program? Or does it have to be in statute?
I am not aware of any school doing this. It would be a New Hampshire seal, and the goal would be for the seal to be uniform across the state for the schools that choose to participate. So to have a uniform seal, right now, there is no statute for that. So I would say no.
Okay. Another question? Or somebody else have one?
I do have a question.
Good.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just wondering, did you work with the Secretary of State at all with this, the office? The reason I ask is, I know they have a civics program that they've instituted this year, the 50 students, 50 stars. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I am, yes, Tilly.
But so it seems like we've got people getting these programs for civics, and it would seem like it would be nice to work collaboratively on promoting civics in our state.
Sure.
If I could just speak to that, I just want to clarify that because I did help to work with this. We and certainly we've worked before. We've developed we've brought in programs and curriculum and whatnot for civics. But this is not a program and it's not a curriculum. It's simply an award. It allows standout students to earn that achievement, to stand above.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative McDonald and maybe Belcher. I'm curious to know, when we're talking about the uniform seal, I agree with that intention because I think that if it were left at the district level, where would this come from the Secretary of State's office, the seal, or where would that come from so it is uniform, if you will, or the DOE rather?
Okay, thank you for the question. My whole idea with the rulemaking was for it to be the purview of the state board to design, like, where on the diploma do you place the seal? What size is it? Top right corner, top left corner? Little details like that, I think, would be up to the state board. Follow up?
So the seal and the materials, like the franking or whatever you call that little seal embossing thing, that would be at the local level that they would purchase that to do it then?
That is my understanding and intention with this, yes.
Okay.
Representative Woodcock.
Hey, Madam Chair, just two questions. So obviously this is going to be for the class of 2027. Now, but you may make it enabling, effective July 4th, but it's not going to be anything for this year. And secondly, so this is strictly enabling legislation?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Representative Hall?
Didn't turn it off. Okay, thank you. Representative Belcher, just in terms of recognizing students, just so that 50 students, 50 stars, the kid at graduation will get a rope. So that, again, that's not a program as much as it is an award. So my intent is just, I think we need to get on the same page. The Secretary of State just hired a civics coordinator or whatever her role is last year. I think she's been in that role once. So it would seem like we work together to recognize kids in civics. That's all. I'm not anti this thing at all. It just seems like a little much. But thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTP on the amendment.
To adopt the amendment. Vice Chairman Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays. Okay, that's adopted.
Representative McDonald, do you have another motion?
Thank you. With delight, I move ought to pass as amended by 0522H.
Second by Belcher. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTPA.
Vice Chairman Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Reluctantly, yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
And consent should be good.
Seven.
We'll close the executive session on 1467.
Let me sign this.
Does everybody still have the amendment that we did, or that I did for 1571?
0412H.
What, it's tiny? It's printed tiny. Oh, weird.
Mine doesn't look tiny.
We'll open the executive session on House Bill 1571 FNA, requiring the Department of Education to review statewide academic standards and curriculum and making an appropriation therefore. And I recognize myself for a motion of ought to pass. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. I would like to introduce or move ought to pass on Amendment 2026-0412H. And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we'll discuss the changes in the amendment. All the stuff that is crossed out in the original bill has been taken out of this. The new language has been put into a more proper section. And on line 27, no, not of the amendment, but of the bill. On line 27 of the bill, the districts shall select new curriculum and materials. We changed that to may.
That's on line 15 through 17 amendment, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And is there any other discussion on the amendment? Yes, Representative Selig.
Thank you very much. Revision every 10 years. So, and I think they said this, but I just wanted to clarify, and I apologize that my brain seems to be short-circuited. They would need to do all of them every 10 years. Like if they started in 2026, it would be 2036, 2046. It would be the full cycle, not staggered to like do 2 courses
Yes,
this year.
that's how I understood it, that they would do them at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Murray?
Chair, and I just want to clarify on lines, it's of the amendment, it's lines 21 through 26. The standing up of $1 for the fiscal year, that's just essentially a placeholder, correct? To hold it open?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative Hall?
I have a question. I'm not sure you know the answer to this or not, but let's say all these new people we're hiring to do this job, and it's all done in year 1. They're all being done together. What are they going to do those last 8 years? Just sit until it's time to do them again? They do them every 10 years? You know what I mean? We're hiring all these new people to do this job, but it's not really I'm just curious.
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah.
I'm sure they would say that we would find something for them to do.
Because if you think about it, in the past, it was staggered. So you had they would do this one, then they would do this one. Now we're doing them all. And then for 9,
Those other bills that they say.
yeah, I guess so. But, but yesterday we heard a data analysis cannot do whatever the other bill was. So I'm just curious. But thank you.
Representative Boney.
It was my understanding from when Mr. Green was here that they were talking about just doing the standards, the 3 that are aligned with the state assessment. So we're really just talking the reading and the mathematics.
And the science.
And so the ones you're talking about, the social studies and I don't know what's going to happen to that, but I also was thinking that perhaps he was talking about consultants coming in rather than full-time hires. So. Again, I don't know.
I don't know either. Representative Cornell.
I think once the standards are done, it has to also be aligned with the assessment.
Correct.
So perhaps those people would still be working on the assessment alignment after they do the standards.
Yeah, I mean, as I understand, this is going to be probably a multi-year process.
So they'll earn their money.
Yeah, we'll make sure. Any other discussion on the amendment? Representative Murray.
I wanted to double and triple check, just making sure that for the next biennium, because this is really where this is applying, correct, to the next biennium, that we're able to establish that for just $1 and it just sits there until they're ready to take it up and do something with it if and when the funding becomes available. Is that correct?
Yeah. I think that is going to be a question for finance.
Okay. Okay, that's, yeah, probably.
That's why I haven't touched the dates or any of that
that
piece,
part.
because I think, I mean, who knows when it goes over there.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you. Just one clarification. My understanding is that the revision of the standards is going to happen with or without the bill. So if I look at that, I mean, this might prompt it to go a little more smoothly, perhaps by funding it, but it has to happen. They are due, so it is going to happen. So the way I look at it, the real difference is in the subparagraph 2, which is where you're talking about making available the high quality curriculum material that the schools may choose. So I just want to point out, to me, that seems like that's the big difference right there. That's something that the Department of Education hasn't done before, and that is a new item.
Yes. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTPA on the amendment.
Vice Chairman Petronel.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tanzar.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yep.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, I would like to move on to pass as amended. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
So I just want to say my biggest motivation behind filing this bill is to eliminate Common Core math. Those standards have been in place, I believe, for about 16 years, and any parents or students or even teachers who have dealt with the math that is aligned to those standards is about 16 years too long. And I do think that this is a critical step in setting students up for success. And I hope that you will support it. That's all. Anything else? Any other discussion?
No, I'm also thankful. If I really said what I wanted to say.
Okay. I think we're ready for the vote then. Madam Clerk, the motion is OTPA.
Vice Chairman Petronel.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tanzar.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
And Chairman Noble.
Yes.
16 yeas, 1 nay.
Is consent okay? Okay, consent.
Yes?
Yep. And we'll close the executive session on 1571. We will open the executive session on House Bill 1778 relative to prohibiting the use of personal identity ideology in public school instruction and policies. And I recognize Representative Freeman for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that House Bill 1778 is inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
Yes, I second that.
Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
Not really. I'm not privy to all the reasons why the prime sponsor requested this to be ITL'd, but I am doing so in her absence.
Anything from the second?
Ditto. Yep.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays. Consent?
Consent. Executive session on 1778. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 1792, prohibiting school districts and personnel from the instruction of critical race theory and LGBTQ plus ideologies in school, as well as establishing a private right of action for violations, and I look to Representative Belcher for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move OTP.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion from the maker of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the opportunity to speak at length the other day, so I will keep it very short. I believe that our public schools do need some reform away from divisiveness and toward equality of opportunity, and I believe this bill provides that. Thank you.
Anything from the second?
No, thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative Selig?
Thank you. I strongly oppose this bill and will not in any way support the OTP motion. I believe at its core, this bill would undermine the ability of New Hampshire teachers to teach how New Hampshire came to build its state constitution and contrast its provisions against those of later and lesser states, while also prohibiting anti-constitutional indoctrination. And I don't know how we're supposed to teach one theory versus another if theories are being banned in law. So I will 100% oppose this bill.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will not be able to support the motion of ought to pass. I do have, in addition to the concerns that Representative Selig mentioned on the constitutionality of the bill, I am concerned that we are redefining an adequate education on page 3, lines 3 through 8, as well as there are a myriad of different unmet definitions within the bill that also create some confusion. So with that, I will not support ought to pass.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTP.
Vice Chairman Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Giason.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
9 yeas, 8 nays.
You can put me down for the report.
Could you get it to me for tonight? Tomorrow?
But I can run it tomorrow morning.
That'll work.
recognize my brain will not make coherent sentences tonight.
I feel you. So that's where I'm at. Okay, and we'll close the executive session on 1792, and that actually concludes all of our early bills, so yay.
Don't even.